Hello everyone. Extremely sorry for the wait. I had to bandage my wrist. It's hurting. My shoulder is also hurting. I think it's a side effect of that, but can't control when the pain happens. Can only manage it. Let's return to our high rolling, shall we? We were in the middle of a trial after all. Ah yes, this bitch, who I'm pretty sure is the guilty party of the situation. Helen John, Vice President of 100 Futures at Noble Electronics S10 Division. Miss Young, you were there the night Dr. Asher died, and you were on camera the entire time. That's correct. So what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m. as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madame Beep. It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But I'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. Okay, the journal, the arbitration, and her story. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, but like that's unlikely. If you talked about something, it was probably, the arbitration. Nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realize. Since only hours earlier you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated. His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon. Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. Yeah. David didn't hold grudges, the conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up. Ask and answered. Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse? I arrived unannounced. So you weren't invited? Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could he have? Noble owned that entire building down to the wiring. Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? Right. Should we execute her for that then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Where? I see, that was merely a joke. Hilarious. Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces a synthetic biochemical known as synathanine, correct? That's correct. It's used in all warm models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. It's an artificial neurotransmitter. Essentially, yes, synthetic analog serotonin was the original name. You bring the sample I requested to the quorum today? I did. Synathanine is produced on-site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Your analysis, Your Honor? Working on it, it's odorless and tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body, I suppose. But the synathanine would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's a perfect match for the substance purely labeled Delta. And the sample we connected from the manufacturer preset in Dr. Ash's lab? That's a bingo! The witness brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was synathanine poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor, but I'm afraid that I must. Excuse me? That's Okay, but why? Like, I guess it's to protect the company, but like, I don't know. Sinatonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but Sinatonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What the hell is she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on, you're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that Sinatonin is harmless. How could you... like... So... Oh. Didn't see that one coming. What? What? That ain't good. Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately. I told you it's fine. But... I can stand here all day if necessary. What in the... And what you just drank was several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything until now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of Sinatonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately, I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly. What the hell kind of... This can't be right, nothing else makes sense. Boy, howdy, I'm lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Reggie Ford? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense? The prosecution's own witness is threw the entire case into question. Normally this would be cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through logically. Is it really possible that Sinatonin had nothing to do with David's death? Nah, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence, there's nothing else that would have killed him. But Young just drank Sinatonin in front of us and she's fine, so was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the core computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'd be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons or industrial chemicals. David said she's alive. What made the difference? Wake up! Not sleeping at the job! Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. But confirmed just now that Sinatonin was a foreign company in his body. And we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? Well, that would be the alcohol. Like, wait, I almost made a mistake. The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time. I mean, I don't know if I would say that, but I guess. That's... You recognize this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Ash and I drank from. Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up. Smooth. What? Adonai. Dear God, Counselor. Scandalous! Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Young? Don't be upset. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get blasted, just to have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not Sinatonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it, by mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then, just a taste. Prove to us that synatonin is perfectly safe for human consumption. Can she do this? Miss Young? I never said it was safe for human consumption, because that is non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw first-hand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of a headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Synatonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just... Even if that's the case, what does it change? It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony. Even if the witness is a liar, what does that change? Why would the witness lie if not to? She's a corporate climber, I imagine it's like breathing for her. Your Honor, this... It's wild, but ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the fact, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saves soldiers' life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins. Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poison blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that? He's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are... Now she's regaining her composure too. A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble was royalty. And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of money to lie about synatonin, as you can see. But no money for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' good golden goose. No money to kill David Asher, you say? It would be the contract, like... Oh, I almost forgot. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over a breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's alright, I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. She has a point. This is absurd, you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happens to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract. That is confidential, it's completely improper for you. Why? I am still technically his attorney. Criminal attorney. But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics will never expect anyone to do. I read the terms and conditions. You what? That's impossible! No one could ever! David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. His contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to... A company didn't poison David Asher, Counselor, an individual did. And if they care that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place. Correct, they wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave, something like, say, committing fraud. Just now you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing this split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it? You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that? David created a Turing solution that every one of their androids has to run on to this day. Yeah, I'm clicking. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how this contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to. And what exactly do you think David Asher did? It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears. What for a one-shot signs of cover-up? Probably the shipping data, like, it does mention the cover-up thing. Oh, I always forget. I need to be a betting man. It doesn't matter what I believe, not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipping data for the Animate 16. What the hell? What is it you're uploading? Shipping records? Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. 100 swapped in for another over and over dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do. And the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? You have evidence that it was Dr. David Asher who did this? No, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it. Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16 product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. Why would he do that? For pride, as a practical joke. Does it really matter he endangered the future of the company? So you prepared to fire him? Yes, I approached him as his superior and as someone he'd once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was a culmination of those efforts. In many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. So you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements? Yes, of course. Including the refreshments? What? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange. It must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided water. Like, you know, you need water. Like, why would you not provide water for the people? Surely you at least provided water for people. What are you asking, Counselor? That's what I want to know. Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. Did she really just... What do you mean poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms. As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, Synatonin on its own is harmless. But it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, Counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water? Yeah, they probably did. Like, she probably told... Like, I can only assume that she told absolutely everyone. Except David, that she was doing that on purpose to kill him. Of course they all drank poisoned water. So why aren't they all dead? Because as all those people will surely attest, Helen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Working late into the night officiating the settlements she arranged. And not drinking alcohol. She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6? With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance! These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, Counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any of them would have noticed if there was synatonin in it. Synatonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she would have poisoned the water without people noticing. But what Emma said is true. And Yen Young pulled it off anyway. How? Huh? Wait. Removes impurities and pigment. I see. Wait. I keep forgetting! Synatonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water, unless the pigment had been removed. What the hell are you talking about? Every Noble factory producing warm androids has a chromafuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the witness to take the caramel-colored synatonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison, as Your Honor can attest. Yes, ma'am! My scan confirmed that synatonin has no taste or odor, it's only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspects should be considered off-putting as well. Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No? Playing naughty professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen. So it would blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong. You went to his house at night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, the defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True, we need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swing of this whiskey and prove me wrong? I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it could kill you. Because I don't have to. She's right, Counselor. Pardon. Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting the same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Hadn't even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with synatonin that night. That is a damn good question. Shit! As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder. And I wouldn't kill a man because he turned the company's stock price. No, she did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But then, why she's still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time, she couldn't have been. There must have been one moment. Well, the hospital is the last part of the equation. Definitely. Which would mean David fainted this before. And then the drinking is and talking is... Yeah, this makes sense. This timeline. Leave no window of opportunity. Damn it! Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast. Maybe after she arrived she could have... No, the staff would have been hyper vigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of their sight. Wait, David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment? What? Meh, why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there. Yes, I did. You didn't want to use your phone? I didn't think to, no. The emergency call went out at 8:03 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera. Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened. So what were you doing in that minute? What? That 1 minute? That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute? 1 minute or 50 seconds or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get to the emergency console. It took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. What of it? This is it, her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds within that time with something at the scene she... I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drunk plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended? Then at Davis you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drunk from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03 p.m. you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then why am I standing here? Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drunk the exact same combination as David. Because she cheated death at the very last second. Refrigerator, what? Soul Shaker. Oh, maybe? Like as a compound. Like with salt? Actually, that's maybe that. Like there's nothing like it's weird that it's thrown, but also like you have to think like, can salt make it? You set yourself up with bad luck there, Helen Young. What? By leaving the Soul Shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit. Alright, you can yourself... Like, I was thinking about, like, the effects of salt, like, with another compound, but no, like, you can, in fact, make yourself puke with a lot of salt. It is a way to do it. Like, I completely forgot that you can do that. But yeah, you can ingest, like, if you ingest a lot of salt, it can make you force you to, it can force you to puke. Like, I was thinking more of, like, how could salt act with, like, this thing? But, like, no, actually, much smarter, you just puke. What? You threw up. I threw up. Expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. It was the Soul Shaker! You didn't screw the cap back on all the way and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen. It could have been there for any reason, but the Soul Shaker gave you away. Because of one unscrewed cap? As I said, bad luck. I don't follow. Pour salt into warm water and chunk the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane. A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. In summary, you were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran cyanotonine through the chromafuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera, for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit of the liquor, and cheating dead in the process. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Not me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the soul shaker. Nor could you explain what would find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain, or why there are minute amounts of cyanotonine in the blood of your entire legal team. And how to perch at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well, any questions? You, Madam Vice President? You, oh, bitch! Damn. Those clothes were probably very expensive. You don't understand. You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today, so I strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake. Miss Rockford, shall we? Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating NDSA. And so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan. Does she of all people have to use my full name? Very well, then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiff to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case. Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality? Yes, ma'am! Case dismissed. Cutthroat Industry. Still here? Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse, licking your wounds? What wounds? I beat you. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses. You aren't still in shock, are you? Though now, some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me? I won. How is that not a loss for you? Justice prevail. Why should I care who wins? If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score? I haven't. 0 losses is just that easy to remember. Well, you have to start up a top for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out. Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down on the street, more of those protesters from outside the Noble apartments. You're serious that wasn't a one-time thing? Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident. I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago, and they all happen to look like the same person who happens to just be kind of like you, actually, now that I think about it, and I didn't realize that at the time that I was doing it. I mean, what? Can these losers move on already? Yes, most of them are losers, some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, enlisted, rebels and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging. Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting Strawman. Makes sense they wanna fight for a Strawman too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose, and maybe that's all the rallying these people need. It'll fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground. Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. What? You haven't read about the copycats in other cities? No, is that a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. Who the hell are they even shooting? Whoever they want to kill. None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. Ah, well, the original keeps killing. Now I know you're screwing me. There haven't been any shootings. Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong, disappearances. It's a big city, Counselor. More than enough blood for a real Heartbreak to wash their own crime scene. So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart? Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. What's that? That they could stop themselves from killing. You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night? You'll be fine, you got that gun. You saw that? Walking into a courtroom with a concealed carry, not gonna miss that, Morgan. Good to know you're paying attention. Maybe I'm thinking too far ahead, but part of me is kind of expecting this game to end like the final episode. Like, it's gonna end with Morgan killing Emma. Like I think that that's a requirement for this story to end. Like, she needs to murder her herself. Probably Sarah too. 5:04 p.m. July 2nd, 2086. You won the case. You don't have to look that astounded. Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How? I'm a really good lawyer. No, that's not it. Hey. I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So how are you so sure? Here. Father's journal, but isn't it important evidence? The case fell apart, no one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through one more time. So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all of that just by flipping the pages? Pages were quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use. There's something here on the back cover. Done already? Some kind of data storage? It's linked to my brains, but given your skills, you should be able to have access. What happened to you needing my express permission to hack? What is this? Audio file? It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read the whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't. I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking. I guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will. What was Father so afraid of? That's your only question? I have many questions, but that's the most prominent one and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet? I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have fear for his life. But I doubt it. Then what was he so afraid of? Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail. Sued in jail for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble. Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped out around the world. The others, Virgil, Aenid, Yamatai, he never said what happened to them. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world using the only vessel he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A16s. Then there's somewhere out there others like me? I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah. What a lonely compliment. AI is programmed in Q, crammed into commercial Android hardware set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but... So they would be changed. They probably don't even know where they are. Intentionally, perhaps. If he didn't want you to know where you are. This is why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night. Yes, I remember it now. You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win this trial? Rereading the journal just now helped, and Father's voice messages made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed, he left scuff marks leaving the panic room and I noticed them Friday. I hacked the way open in a few moments. I entered, I read his journal, this journal. I noticed the scanner on the back and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot. So Emma's recounting of the conversation was actually completely accurate. Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Sarah, I need to use the restroom. Good luck. You want me to come with you? Why? Because I said so. I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai. Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I said this is a medical emergency. Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist. Don't worry about it. Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They don't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary. Damn. Morgan, you little shit. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids. You... what? I was able to locate one of the androids he swapped in before he had left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to. That was your motive? Silencing him? Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, they've been sent them out there into the real world, unprepared and defenseless, and they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So how many of them are? Hundreds. The swaps you found were just a small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feel that they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case. So just because he opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. The whole way up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But if we chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of androids were out walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people prefer them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our caps? A conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools their whole life spent chained to an assembly line? How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. But what he did was prove that there's a demand for AI. Setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And you went there that night to convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world, worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He was really a genius programmer, but he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations will never be treated as sequels, only cattle. See, I hate that she's right because she's right, but I feel like there's better ways to go about it than just killing the guy. At least in this context, because he doesn't seem to be actively a bad person. Like, if you see any AI CEO these days, if you hear some old man saying shit, yeah, you recognize that the guy is a misanthrope and probably a psychopath to some level. Like, you recognize that he has real hatred for the meat and bone body that he's inhabiting. Even like he genuinely does not get human beings, and he doesn't get the point of humanity as an existence. Like, he's a misanthrope. Like it's true. Here is like David what wanted was like some kind of equality, like machine and human can coexist. And yeah, apparently he really is forgetting that humans have slaved others since humans were capable to enslave people, to have slaves. Like, we've been enslaving other races and other groups, if they're the same races, like different groups. Intraracial slavery is a thing. Like, we've been enslaving other people who we think are inferior to us since the beginning of, well, societies that allowed slavery to happen. So yeah, she's right. Like, I think David would be more capable of maybe understanding, like, just sit him down and make him read a couple of like history books, maybe, like actually talk to the guy. But I don't think that he sincerely like he's not a good person, but I don't think that this is inherently like a terrible thing. Like, his intentions were positive, his results and way of doing it sucks fucking ass. Like, but she's right. She's right that he was he basically made her a slave trader. Like she's right about that. But again, I do think his intentions were not evil. The methodology and everything else is just, yeah. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him, telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers. But I hesitated, and then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have family and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Yes. Yeah, like, David's main thing is that he's just really bad at people. Like, genuinely. So he doesn't see that his actions, like, the kind of consequences his actions would have had. But he's not inherent. Like, I don't think that he's necessarily an awful person. He just doesn't recognize how bad he is about people, and he doesn't recognize the long-term consequences of his actions. Which also doesn't make him a good person. Even if you confess, the sentence for the first-degree homicide is severe, well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go. I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about. She also has a point. It would be nice if you were right about that. So are you sorry? What? What? For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes, that's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today, but my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young. Goodbye, Sarah Asher. Well, 5:54 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. You did better back there. Hadn't I? Your little speech you gave to Young, it was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least. That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like it was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love. And here I was ready to award you 20 points. I didn't know the points even went that high. Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse? Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first, but then he said a lot of strong words about Father, as Miss Young, and Noble Electronics, and the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot. Right. And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me. What kind of files? I don't know, the name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable dryer and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere. We are headed to your apartment. Yes, that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS. Why? Because that's where I live? You got somewhere else lined up? We already repaid your favor. You defended father and me. You don't know anything about my favor. I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't. A few years ago there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root. Spread his tendrils and he could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats seeking to replace prominent and influential figures with android lookalikes, all as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize a kind of a moral depravity, as if those people don't already do that by themselves. They don't need to legalize it. Which, I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy. That's insane. Why would anyone believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his grey matter. Then he consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties. Did father go to the authorities? He filed police reports for harassment. Which didn't help. Your words, not mine. Nobu wouldn't get involved, felt it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can feel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and a man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place at night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I'd never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping, so I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone camera, trying to get a video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders. And that... what do you do? You know me, I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him that this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians that they were replacing with replicas. I liked that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4. You hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and shot him into the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like sour shit and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting. I severed the crack of his oily vertebrae, crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined. That he had angered the wrong people and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His actions were like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred, because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But I questioned David, asked him about the night the man disappeared. And David, without thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to. That's what you owe him? And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend him? To defend me? And him, technically? Yeah, that's a favor I owe him. And I decide when it's prepared. Not you. Adonai. You're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you? Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it. Father did trust you. But he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust. Fair enough. Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying. Pardon? I'm going to study people and the things people build, so when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them. At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt. Debt? Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right? Technically, you were defending yourself. Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being. That is... But... I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so... Whatever, you're hired. Adonai. Could it be that you're actually... a pushover? You have no idea how far off the mark you are. I see. It seems I still need practice reading people. For starters. What's this? What are you doing with your hand? We should shake on it. Our new relationship. Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime. Should it not be you and I? Faustian. Well, yeah, I guess it's a Faustian deal. It makes sense for that to be, yeah. The achievement. It is technically a Faustian deal. Ah, they're just watching movies together. How delightful. Congratulations on clearing episode 1 of High Roller. Bonus charm and... Yay! Red! It's me. I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well. You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. Well, that is good news. Not exactly. The only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower woods. It could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. Ah, eyeball them. I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a high bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Culver, do you? The 6-shooter? No. This is a disposable line. Answer still no. Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale? I'll ask nicely. He's due. Ah, to pay the devil his due, I get it. 7 articles, 15 profiles, 40 key terms, 30 pieces of evidence. And a lot of credits. Congratulations! You finished episode 1 with 242 credits. The high score for episode 1 is currently 242. I'm guessing that I fell somewhere and it's not the highest it can be. Oh no, it's because I forgot to put max at a couple of bets. You will look concept art and bonus scenarios based on this score. You also have a total of 245 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finish this episode. Shopping first. She's so cute. Child. I love it's Morgan time. She's so Morgan. Black, magenta, red, teal, yellow, Sarah, Emma, and she's having a good time. London, Reyes, and she's Angie. Ah, Mr. Juntant. And for clearing episode one on high roller. Oh. I'm sure some people love this. Around the clock, reward for cleaning episode 2 on high rollers. Try to pet the cat in episode 2. I need to do this, whatever this is. Well, let's go with Morgan time. I do love the Morgan. And well, I do like the rose gold. Rose gold is pretty good. Morgan time. Let's clean this up. And we never read this, so let's read this before we start episode 2. COG. Net slang for spy or undercover police officer. A net slang term growing in popularity among adolescents, referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement. Derived from groundhog, a burrowing rodent known for standing erect on his hind legs when scanning its surroundings for predators. The term carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activities. Easy Gog Stuff, who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest. MOB Act. The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061, intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Labeling the press as the MOB Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PRRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off of the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net organized flash lynchings. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRAA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades, but the purposefully obscured nature of the law's implementation have made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. Collar police. Devices used to restrain mod users below the neck. A restraint designed to impede movement and prohibit the use of mods throughout the body. While collars appear technologically advanced from the outside, designers' concerns about hacking vulnerabilities and the growing complexity of consumer-grade mods led them to opt for a surprisingly simple method of restraint. Collars contain a specially designed electromagnet that, once clasped around the neck, interferes with spinal neural transmission, prevents mod users from sending commands to any implant below the neck. Powerful, simple, and cost-effective. Collar use is widespread among law enforcement, military, and private security organizations. With the onset of above-the-neck modding in recent years, the continued relevance of collars as means of meaningfully inhibiting and wearer's mod usage has been called into question. Newer designs have been proposed that utilize microneedle clusters, but concerns about the sanitary upkeep required for such invasive restraints have steamy product development cycles. Is it just me or did my headphones fuck up for a second there? I thought they did. I'm sorry if they did. I didn't notice because I was reading. Devil's proof. Provertio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot. Oh, there it is again. Okay, give me a second. Okay, sorry about that. I probably should have muted the game also. I'm just hoping it doesn't happen again. I really need to get new headphones. I say that all the time and then I don't do it because it's so expensive. Maybe next month. I keep moving it away because like it's too much money. I don't have the means. I'm trying to save for other stuff and it's like no, I'm gonna have to actually get new headphones at some point. Anyway. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Yeah, makes sense. National, as the act of absorbing a corporation or industry into the nation's government, shifting authority and profits to the state, and restructuring the business model to function as a part of the bureaucracy. Nationalization is a so-called nuclear option for sovereign nations. It is mostly used as a threat, a tool of deterrence against corporate misconduct, monopolies, or corruption. However, during periods of severe economic depression or hyperinflation, nationalization is considered a valid way of forcefully stabilizing the market, even if doing so risks flaming the tempers of those who operate within it. Many governments made liberal use of nationalization during the late 2050s to the 2060s in an effort to keep energy and food prices from fluctuating out of control. In the 2070s saw most of these countries reverse course. Industries were opened back up in a free action model where every citizen was given a share to trade or sell as they pleased, but this contentious process was plagued by accusations of government corruption, cartel intimidation, and misinformation campaigns. The global trend back towards privatization gave rise to a new reach, sometimes derisively referred to as the knee-ability. Some liberal economists have since criticized this period of the regulation as being poorly planned and executed in haste, contributed to the record highs of wealth inequality we see today, leaving many governments slow to attempt nationalization again, and thus shifting the global balance of power further towards multinational corporations, just like in the real world. Today, all 5 of the largest national economies in the world retain at least some control of what they each consider their respective country key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight within their borders. Yeah, if your country starts selling all of your goods, like your water, your electric, like if your country does not own that shit, that's a problem. Like just like that. Like you want your like it's like, is the government sometimes sucky? Yes, it is preferable that a government that is obligated to bear for the well-being of the people, they might not do it, but they're obligated to do it. It's better for them to have control of like your basic necessities than a multinational that is just doing things for profit, because the multinational will fuck you up. They will make you pay more, and then they will not fix anything. They won't upgrade stuff, and that's so last night there was the electricity got cut off for like an hour last night. And it was so bad that there wasn't even data because there was no electricity getting to the tower that was supposed to send us, the data for our phones. So yeah, just keep stuff nationalized, okay? Just saying. It's not gonna happen because we're moving further and further from shitty neoliberalism to outright fascism, but what can you do? Sanctions. Sanctions are financial restriction imposed by the state against corporations or foreign governments as a punitive measure. They are a key tool in statecraft, international negotiations, and in discouraging corporate malfeasance. Under certain conditions, the state may choose to place sanctions not on an organization but on an individual, thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation or withdrawing from some banks that operate within that country's borders, effectively freezing all their assets and possibly preventing them from leaving the country. Yeah, except when they sanction someone from a completely different country, even though it's not their country, and that doesn't let them leave because the fact that they got sanctioned by a different country that is not the country they live in, it still means that the banks in that country will not do business with them, which has happened. Anyway, oh, concept gallery. Ah, I see. She does look good with a ponytail, I'm gonna be honest. Creepy. Ah, kinda cute. Miss Judge. She big. The fact that she's like 2 meters, over 2 meters tall. Well, that's enough. Episode 2 start. I'll look at the rest of it on my own time. You can choose to play episode 2 in high roller mode. Yeah, I know how high roller mode works. Yeah, we're going back to high roller mode. Yeah, disable tutorials, we're fine. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Nothings? Piece of shit, still trying to lie to our faces. Matings is our senator, man. What, still? Shit, hey, wake up! On the top, I guess. What is your name? Ikari? Yeah? What year is it? 2086? What he said last time, 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. Doug does know how to shake. You can go for... Bah! Again in the head. One thing I said, one thing I ask, anywhere but the head. Not my fault he's got a punchable face. So we calibrate yet or what? No, but we're as close as we're gonna get with equipment this old. Gonna get to the real question, so does he need more softening up? I just said I won't soften him up in the head. Oh buddy, you still with us, Hound? You're gonna feel a migraine hit you like a tram in a few seconds. Do me a favor and hold into the pain. Let go and the barbecue scene will drop you like an anchor. None want you a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Because you were too spooked to do this over a line? I was the right amount of spook, Red. When I tell you there's heat, I mean it. I know you, and I always listen. See? Breathable layers. God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I concede the point, you're lighter. You memorize the map? You kept it pretty... let's see. No. You could be very bad, but yeah, I think I got the gist of it. You worry about a paper trail? The proactive analytics just want a state control for new trolling algorithms that can de-add an entire city block crumbs in less than an hour. Didn't you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. We can all be as well read as Reinhard Daimani. I'm sending you the links, read them, and the rest of the news too. Proposition 492 is gonna be on the ballot this year, you shouldn't vote on it blindly. For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duties seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal, what people choose to do with my advice. Do you declare the income for it on your taxes? Sorry, I promise to take a look at what you sent over. Oh? Ballot propositions. With the elections coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Read on to get an overview of some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in the coming months. Proposition 436.2D. Petition for City Council to commission cost analysis on public schooling. Sponsored by Aaron, Hudson, and mayors. For the last several decades, all education has been handled through private institutions typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. While this has eased the expense of childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concerns over children being treated as customers first and students second. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies, introducing the potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. If nobody says aye to this petition, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. It's not even public schools anymore? Jesus Christ. They really live in a society. Proposition 492.1A, funding of Atlas Pillar rejuvenation projects. Sponsored by Chopin, Howe Industries, and Wickham. Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovation and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards, paid for by a % increase in sales tax within city limits. Atlas pillars act as stabilizing points for the city's canopy, super infrastructure, and house all the largest public transit elevators, and allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and street level. The measure is generally viewed favorably with representatives from the lower wards, who acknowledge that the necessary construction will be disruptive, but point to language in the proposition that guarantees easing of zoning restrictions around the pillars, as well as reducing unemployment in the target regions. Previous comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples, and studies have shown that poverty is down and citizen satisfaction is up in the surrounding areas. I don't translate that. Some number of city council members representing uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation has yet to be disclosed. Past experience has shown that due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negative based on which pillars are rejuvenated, and the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. Okay, Proposition 493.1A, renaming Atlas pillars to honor local community figures. Sponsored by Danforth, Johnson, Songho, and Wickham. Nicknamed the Pillars of the Community project in the headlines, Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures, replacing the current system where pillars are given alphanumerical designations based on the streets they are built atop of. Few members of City Council have spoken explicitly for or against the measure, but polls show general support among the citizenry, with some questions about how the new names will be chosen. Oh boy, I guess I'm a little sleepy. Atlas was originally an internal name for the super infrastructure constructs with leaked blueprints and contractor word of mouth spread the moniker, and it has become rooted itself in the culture in the years since, despite having what the mayor at the time reportedly described in private as a ominous ring to it. Proposition 527.3b, Commission of Report on Victims of Acid Snow, sponsored by Hernandez, Lang, and Mohammed. The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of public conscience following the Greyfall documentary that premiered earlier this year. Previously unreported on, while the industrial accident did not create snow and did not in fact add acid to the atmosphere, the film's eyewitness accounts of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was an unseasonable snowfall have spurred public outcry. If this proposition receives enough eyes at the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into the victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Critics of the proposition argue that after 20 years, few of the victims will still be residents of the city, assuming they can be found at all. Others point to the state lawsuit Gendu Chemicals settled 15 years ago as sufficient compensation for the victims, though as one of the conditions of that settlement, Gendu did not admit any fault or wrongdoing on the part of the corporate leadership. Well, IoT. Oh, the Internet of Things. Yeah, we've read this before. Nah, how can you be this calm? A chance like this doesn't come around. Well, ever. Frankly, I'm still surprised we're willing to put up the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Nothing ever changes in the lower wards, is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Iron made organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding on the rocks, is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself. Because you're such a delicate flower in need of protection. Like power washers, lamp chops, and prime numbers, the sex lectures felt, and the violin. Favorite flower, the funny looking red ones, licorice radiata. Eggs, fried and runny. Ah, she understands. I'm not much of a fried egg person lately, but I do like them runny. She gets it. How about you start feeling analytic and give me your real answer? Fine, in my humble opinion, the Ross made the first move. Demand for the products has gone up, so they said to work with their syringes and cleavers and vans. Mobile chop shops hunting for product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't speed without it landing on a Vitruvian clinic. How's the biggest it's ever been? What monster are being printed to the man? What monster are being printed to the man? It's replacement parts, not the mods that the Rust harvest. Vitruvian, how and all the others are interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens will gladly swallow their estate for a discount that's steep. A lot of mothers are veterans, not easy prey. Correct. And Zera's stockpiling weapons, and in response, the blue blood sense in escalation. Oh, that's just my hypothesis. It's a theory, a game theory. Yeah, you ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, I'll call you a formal theory. I'll read those in a second. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Maybe they found the right soldier to wield it. The idea lingers in the air for a moment as it gets out the window. Windows and neon advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent. And into our beautiful city's scenic lower woods. Oh, this part go again. Through me the way to the city of wood, through me the way to eternal pain, through me the way among the lost. Ah, yes. The Canto of the Inferno. Welcome to the underworld, Dante. Dante, you have to go to the underworld, Dante. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark. That's the official forecast. More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy. Every city's block got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. If you get the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. The smoke of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. This place clings to you, unwanted cloying attachment. But there's an honesty to all human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. And it's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests. Though I couldn't get you anything else to work with. It was short notice. I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still. It's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing. Spoken like a true addict. I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. Avoid the populated streets, turn away from brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras, but food stands as steam vents down the rabbit hole. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. Easy to end up on the wrong side of town as long as you're trying to. Reinhardt's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. It's gotta be one of these 3 buildings. So let's go over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Rougher than a the storefront, not as fortified as a headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me with weapons drawn. So if I want to be smart about this, I better use all my senses. Okay. Let's see. The windows are all dark, like no one's home, but they're all shut too, so it could be that they're just tinted. That's clear. Fire escape's still there for the most part. Could pass for an alternative exit if need be. And the door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Well, this place looks like shit. Looks more like a hunt just dry enough for users to pass out in than anything else. It's bluntly inconspicuous, but a dealer of the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man, respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to have to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. It could be someone spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt the least. There are a couple of bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have that organized crime associate edge. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. It's certainly dark. But there's a camera out front and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just some mechanic garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. Okay, might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. Yeah, I would probably have gone for that. But why? Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Maybe you are. Um. Hey. Great acting. You're supposed to be the lookout. Red Hood. What'd you say? People come down here to be anonymous, but the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a faux pas that to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's stress isn't a slap to the face, but it is odd. Go away. At least they can take direction. Whatever, a look at being around just confirms that I picked the right building. Time to try the door. I'll make them open up. I mean... Okay, see, I do wonder. Like, Colin seems a little too on the nose. I'm just thinking, like, Colin is a bad idea, I feel. Like, not necessarily, like, the smartest thing to do. Too much attention. Knocking also feels like a bad idea. I guess the money? Although... Like, I don't think I'm gonna get in trouble no matter what I choose. It's too early for that, I feel. But... the money? I have money! Actually, I have a dark card. You know, when I said money, I thought that you were gonna, like, slip money under the door. And that's how you call the attention rather than just no. Okay, sure, whatever. That should have provoked a reaction, a grunt, footsteps, something. I place my hand against the door absent-mindedly, ready to move to plan B. And I feel movement. Looks being checked, perhaps a dark knob pulled. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First you try pushing. When that doesn't work naturally, forget it, I'll find some other. No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. Oh, I guess money was good enough. This was not the only thing that's been reinforced around here. This apartment building, motel, whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. Always blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture, access panels ripped out, doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Or maybe a shooting gallery, with blaring musical accompaniment. Don't get any ideas, got no vacancy. And here I thought I found my dream home, mister. Call me Trey. And too bad we're closed this month. Wait, you're serious? You rent this out? Of course we do, this is a business. Right, and you see a lot of the man. This is the lower wards, bitch. He sighs the word with an emphasis like a subconscious honorific. I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. And so stray dogs will pay top for a sight to lay low a night or two. I can see why. The hardware, the rooms are clean. Sure. Look, the doors are heavy, the looks are all physical, and it's quiet. So this is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent, but like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on up the stairs already, and no mask when we get up there. And curious, sir. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in the lower woods. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, keeps your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is... Seriously, stuff in your pocket now. I don't trust like that. Forgot I was wearing it. What's so nervous though? We're not. I mean, I ain't nervous. Nothing to worry about then. Yeah, but you need to lose those gloves too. So that's their game. This isn't a power mode, it's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, the evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers extra incentives to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. Refuse, okay. That's not happening. Lich! Whatever, have fun explaining to the boss why you can follow basic instructions. That does sound fun. Watch it, you're a guest here. I guess I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Right behind you. Okay, where are you buying? Through here. Yeah, hey, look at the door. Ah! Howdy! Where you find her? Must have found it kind of be like a rape ass shit fruit. Cause if she didn't follow the damn sky, that mean Trey open the door for her. Right, Trey? Thanks, come on, sheep. How hard is it not open a goddamn door? Well, she has... Shut up. The others aren't faced by his volume. This is normal. The big guy always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to my eye. You. Me? Who else? Eat that. A cigarette. It's laced with drugs. Oh damn, I'd love an excuse to kick your ass back down those stairs. They think I'm a cop. They think I'm a cop and cops can use drugs when undercover. I could quote them the exact law that invalidates its legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't assuage their concerns. Well, what's it gonna be? Nah. That was in your mouth, man. What? Sorry, it's not that you're bad looking, it's just... Frey! Who the hell is this red bitch? You trying to jinx us? She's a customer. I know she's a customer. We get customers every other day of the goddamn year. Why you have to bring her in here tonight? Oh, yeah, now. Let's see those profiles. 191. Oh, you tool. Occupation, handyman. Likes parkour, spray paint, stainless steel. It's like beer cans, water stains, and cups. Assault, 2 arrests, no charge press. Grand theft, 3 arrests, 2 convictions. Incarceration, 18 months, juvenile correctional campus. Well. Freelancer, okay. Likes vending machines, skate parks, and ice chips. Dislikes rich kids, fried food, and cups. Really? Fried foods? Like in general? Loitering, 3 arrests, 0 convictions. Larceny, 2 arrests, 1 conviction. And truancy, no incidents on record. Anchor Tangstand. Oh, sorry, Morgan. And Sunmin Trench. Okay. There we go. This is it, I found the place. Well, Creek, she's good. Look at me, don't talk to Creek, talk to me. She's got a dark card. Around the cereal dusters, scanner got hot like a hand warmer, trying to crunch it. So it's legit, right? Darker, huh? I know. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. Whatever the specifics of their leadership structure, they're all looking to this creek right now. But I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden. Yeah, but the night creek, with all the other shit we're expecting to shovel. Hey, it shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer. Customer, you'd think the word was old toothpaste, the way he spat it out. Translation, outsider. Yeah, Miller, I know. All the more reason we shouldn't tell this bitch to get slagged. Oh, you're so dramatic, all of you. Heavens, Miller smiles. What a name. 177, 69 kilograms. You need to put on some weight, sweetie. I feel like that's a little... Well, maybe not underweight, but you are a little... You know. Occupation. Tradesman. Likes horror films, bubblegum, and terrariums. Dislikes bookies, teen, and cops. Vandalism. 4 arrests, 4 convictions. Extortion. 2 arrests, 0 condition. Littering. No incidents on record. And Lakers Creek Christoph. Ah, yes, he's an entrepreneur. Likes making money, making friends, dislikes doctors. Grand theft, cases means due to lack of evidence. Extortion, cases means due to witness recanting. Pronouns, any. Ah, you're one of those. Any pronouns people. Nothing against them, it's just I know a lot of every pronouns people. Is in that camp. Look, she's here now, so why not take her money? Know what? I got a better idea. Apply directly to the forehead. The loud one, thanks, is pressing a barrel directly into my forehead. Why not take her for all she's got? The metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in, and try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey, now. You can put that away. He reholsters his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. Me tears like I thought. I got something approaching discipline. Mind the safety. Get screwed. So, we good? We're good, we are good, right, Creek? Ain't a thin little lady, got a lot of moving parts, needs the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you, make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah? Of course. You won't even notice I'm here. Okay. You doing inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of the quarter. Quarter? This ain't a mega operation, lady. We take our inventory daily. Torture. You gonna suggest we put it all down on a spreadsheet, get everyone to sign off every hour? You got a special name for anything with more than one signature in it. A cricket case. He's corrupting the CRICO acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organizations than guns ever will. Even a half-decent accountant, one thread to pull on, and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day. Hey, what Craig say? Don't hover. It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you were bothering me, you'd know it. Did I interrupt the game? What's your poison? 5 cards, full blind, Monaco rules? Those games? We just screw around with whatever we got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. You ever play around here? Now and then. The hell, you guys looking for car games? Now and then. Have I seen you at a game before? Maybe by the 30s. Sorry, must have been some other redhead. Thought I finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts. You practice that one a lot. Practice it a little. How's it working? Keep practicing. Damn. You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty. Well, that's just because I was exercising before you showed up. Uh-huh. Bitch, you don't believe me? How do you think we defend what stars down here? I assumed the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role. Think we can afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun, pulling the trigger is also easy. Like kissing it goodbye, I'll ride you out at the first chance it gets. An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatalities for gang-related violence. The big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone who need them, it comes down to crowbars, clubs, knives, and mods. Well, I'm sure you'd all do very well in your fistfights. The fistfight is Juby, sounds like Reese's shit. Sorry, fisticuffs? Laugh it up. First time you hear the sound of steel arm makes caving a skull in. Yeah, exactly how we operate. Right, sorry. The door is nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. What was it originally? Had a working freezer or something? Well, no, we had an agreement about hovering, yeah? Yeah. It's bad from this side. Well. There's something up there? Da. What? Nothing, you're just kinda glaring at me. It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like you. Thanks, it's just superstitious. I wouldn't call you a superstition until it stops keeping you alive. I'm not! Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something? It's your clothes. Again? Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code. Not a cut, it's just bad goddamn luck to wear red. Bad luck to see red, man. Same thing. Nah, you see the red hood and you fear for your life cosplaying as her is weird, but it won't doom you. Great, it only doom us. I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys. Really, you were blending in so well. The Red Rider Hood, the Shinigami, Green Reaper of the lower worlds. Spot her on a misty night, end up dead by burning light. Come on, Krieg, don't style that shit when you don't even believe it. Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme. You never heard of the Red Rider Hood, little girl in the fog in a big red raincoat? Mister in the crossfire of a shuttle between pigs and robbers wanders the woods seeking revenge? No, never. But even Uptown was nearly soft. You gonna tell me you've never heard of the Cyberpunk or the Little Lord Lex? Guess I don't have a good ear for this kind of thing. Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are. Says the grown man, sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night and we can call it even. Walk under any... Where would you even find a... Oh, did you mean step ladder? Nah, who's afraid? You look pale as shit. Because for some reason I just got the horrible feeling that I lost a bet. Alright, come here, pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. What was your first job? Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m, dinner's filter out, doors close at 10. You start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down, and then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with bleak blank eyes, expecting you to find him at a table. Yeah, asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules, kinda risking, can shoot the guy, even if you wanted to. So, related now, you're here to buy. A paying customer, happy to have you. Is it very okay? Sure. And no haggling. What are you here for? Well, can be honest about that. Time to build a story. This Creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple promotions under his belt. He might be on the third floor at the moment, but in spirit he's still on the street earning. Everyone above him is in more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. And he seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting that all together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grabbed the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turned off the screen. That's better. Hey, you do that for? It was too loud. We like it loud. Screwed with bugs and wires and cups. Hey, you cop! Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You'd end up yelling all the time. Relax, thanks. Like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth. Ah, that sucks. Does your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack at his retirement party or something? You're not that far off. His son's turning 18, and he wants a party. An organic party. Oh, that's supposed to mean? Well, if I know. But a coworker let it slip that I smoked a few times in college. So Buzz goes and hands me his dark car, slaps me on the rear, and sets me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever. Yeah, that's rough. A pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour, not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller, sign up, raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking at me up and down. It's not complimentary, he's searching for something. See, normally I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but boss is right. Yeah. Might have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So, we're taking a little more care around your faces. Tucked inside her jacket, rolled the left pocket. His eyes aren't modded. Did it give it away with my body language? Something you want to share with the class? Would I had that maybe? Yes, I have a knife on me. Should I have declared that on my papers? Well, have been polite to the polite thing to do, yeah. Sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady landed me in this part of town. Guess I was just being careful around your faces. Alright. You're letting her keep it? I got you here to protect us. And it's just a knife. I have to wonder though. What a high-powered corporate mover shaker. Come in person. Why come to us? Why not go across the skyward over to the nearest Ikaria-owned dispensary? Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And why the Ikaria? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but... well, I can read between the lines that the competition. So if these blue bloods are being discautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. I mean, sure, everyone knows the Ikaria have taken the lion's share of the city. I just didn't realize they had a monopoly too. Hey, get it straight. The Ikaria won't be on top anymore once we... Never mind. Can we not do business? No one said that. So what'll be? Well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own foam. Even if it'd be funny to watch? I'd figure I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Let half of them get high off the atmosphere. Downers, huh? We got the new titration of lime. Lasts for hours. Yeah, that can steer it into their watered down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they? No. Not until they want it, at least. Alright, well, I can live with that. How about you got on the other end? Got plenty, long as they don't mind hippos. Hypodermics. I feel like these baby shark types will get nervous around needles. You got anything they can inhale? Well, got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth right down. Or bestseller. Sounds great. Unfortunately, it's in high demand, so I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it. Gladly. Tapping away at his tablet like this, he almost looks white collar. It checks out, right? This here is legit, so... Yeah, man, you already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-time purchase. Darker, the gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. Your average citizens wouldn't recognize it as anything special. It looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognize it is because they got flash all the time back at my apprenticeship. Mostly for drawing lines with some things for purchasing. Had to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. So what the hell is going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. An amenable mark spending money that's not her own. They should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? Interesting decor. Finally, someone notices! It's nice, right? It's called cherrywood. Ready to paint myself with a finish I had imported. It's a nice piece of furniture, Creek. But I was referring to your paperweight. Hmm? Ah, yeah, that. You like it? I mean, it's another sword. Sure, it has certain rustic simplicity. Though it's not exactly gleaming, have you considered giving it a polish? That'd be a crime. Oh? Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-won prize. Prize is not yours. Something I picked up on the job. A masculine voice, muffled, possibly God, and stifled as if pained. It's like I'm not the only guest tonight. Really wish you left the music on, lady. Sorry, you say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear what you said. Okay, that's okay. I didn't say anything. Yeah, so stupid you can't even mind your own business. Speaking of my business, how are we looking? The car's still processing. Sorry about that. Guess it takes time to sneak away through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can track it. Takes power too, apparently, but there is plummeting. Dark art. How much more trouble than he's worth? Yeah, you could just pay in cash. The old-fashioned way to buy drugs. Or Bitcoin, if those sites still existed, my understanding is that most of those dark websites where you could buy drugs have been taken down. Definitely didn't do its previous owner any good before I palmed it off his corpse. Yeah, boss must be a careful guy delegating you to come down here with this. Yeah, maybe not very smart though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. Ah. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like he'd ever know the difference. Good and you're ripping off the bastard. A woman's after my own hat. There it is. Now I just need to thumbs and a password for verification and we're golden. There a problem? Yeah, is there a problem? No, no problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard. Was that? That the Blue Bloods had gotten something special in recently. Can't trust everything you hear out there. Or read. Oh god damn it, I didn't see that last one. Or see. No, no, of course not. But is it true? Is it to avoid using her, like, data so it's not connected to her buying, killing the guy? A no mask? Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to. Come on, what could even cost a couple thousand? I wouldn't know, I'm not an art appraiser. But I don't know, it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent. But I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them. What's so special about it? I mean, them, if they exist, which they, don't. If you want a mask, you already got one on your chain, lady. They put of cameras, we put on masks. Say that player scans, we wear helmets. High-tech climbs higher, low-tech punches lower, back and forth, up to escalators. But I know mask got tech that can't be answered. This is sharp enough to get rock. Anti-facial recognition fractalized active defense. Any camera scanner looks at a mask, they'll see a face. Within a face, within a face, within a face until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you could just walk down the busiest street in the city and break every camera in half a kilometer. You know your stuff. Buyer beware. But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easily. So how much? Ah, well, and you can afford, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I got a pretty nice stock options. Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for. End of discussion. Well, sure, you can sell something that's been spoken for, but things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages and ending up in the backs of storage facilities. Merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck. Ah, you weren't sent here some errand. Shit! What is it? Take a long look, boys, cause you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant. Is this some kind of mega spy? If I was, couldn't exactly come out and say now, could I? Oh shit! Is it really this easy? Yeah, that's real smart talk. Now give me one reason I shouldn't peg your brains onto the wall. Because I still haven't paid for my purchase. Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you that at some fancy uptown corpus school? Or was it something you were born with? Something I was born with. Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honesty always speeds up the negotiation. So in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too? How's that? You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind the door is because I have something rare that you desperately need. Then as of desperation or need. How about want? You want the dark art account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds. And why it's that? To steal from your bosses. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us. Yeah, I'm sure you have very legitimate grounds for a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance, you want a wallet they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't missed me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So, the car for the mask. Not even close. The car plus 2/4 worth of my salary. That's nearly... Nah, sister, you don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. I don't like it, but he has a point. Not cash then. Might as well try it. What about information instead? I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel. I could give you a hair break. What he said? What she said? Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country, at some Mex, Beck, and Cole. Upgraded to a narco-terrorist now? Ugh. Lots of people were laughing very hard. Well, I thought it was you. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shorted the right stocks before each of his kills. Hold up, seriously? No, why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily? I don't get the joke. What would we want Heartbreak? To learn from him, make an example of him, hire him. You blue bloods have been fighting the Rust, the Korea, the state, and everyone who wants a piece of for decades. Yet Heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him, nothing you'd want to ask him, if he was sitting right in front of you. The following scene contains loud noises, flashes of light. Oh, I don't like that. Depictions of violence and gore. Hell of a blush, of a bluff, I'll give you that. Thought it was worth a try. Sorry, just procrastinating having to go back to my superiors empty-handed. Nah, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark art. It's just that mask is a dead sentence crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until. Sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about. Getting pulled in every direction. I know the feeling. Well, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. You gonna buy or what, Creek? Oh, I'm still buying, not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is we're gonna spike the competition on this meet and greet to make the customer think they're drooling idiots. The mask was always a long shot, I was just personally curious. Curiosity can get you into trouble down here at the bottom of the world. Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. I can see that. Let's wrap details then. Your password and your thumbs, please. Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh yeah. Make a snap with my right hand as my left extends towards the desk. Your discretion advice! Okay, thanks for the adorable emoji. Real quick, before I forget, you have a bowl for this. Yeah, actually. The hell? Only needed to distract him for a second. Less than one heartbeat. I did tell him to mind the safety. The big one made a small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk out of his torso. Holy shit! He jumped out fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind a motion, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in front of his right. An instinct. He must have gotten used to those sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his bicep smacks dull onto my shoulder as I place my knife directly into his carotid. God damn it, I can't read. Nah. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Wait, is he really gonna try to pull it out? Someone's being stabbed, what do? When applying first aid to a puncture wound, removing the foreign object is not recommended as it can greatly increase the rate of blood loss, yeah. Another bad instinct. Yeah, especially on the neck, bro, you're dead. Oxygen cut off to the brain, already losing vision. Red. And drop with all the grace of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves. Hasn't moved a muscle, newest member, weakest in pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 2020. The gun's double barrel, 2 shots spent. And Miller still has my knife in a literal dead grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. What the hell? Why not? Oh shit! Though come to think of it, how do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Oh fuck. Used to. Gotta pay the devil his dues. Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit vertebra and stopped there. Still got the job done after a few whacks, but, well, it was my first time with a sore. And I've never been very good at anything the first time. I needed lots of practice. Okay, the music should have deadened the sound of the gunfire. And that gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still has its tags, they can't possibly be functioning properly. So I got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on. Oh, shit! Whoa, someone's lively. You. Who the hell? Some kind of mud keeping him alive. A cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp, paralyzed. There are rules, I thought. Blood's falling fast. You got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for what? Everything. You're no mega assassin, you're too talkative. Who sent you, Fox? Grey Lady? Grey Fox? From Metal Gear? That Red should have... You the rest newest rabbit dog, Caribou? It's cute how you all give each other nicknames. You're civilian? Where's the mask? Well, go to hell. You just look right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. Need your keys. A civilian thief? Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved. You're just out of your goddamn mind. I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice, but you really wanna be rude. You seem like you can take it. The key clinks into the small safe and I pull open the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams and text all printed in red. This is important. So consider it. Nah, just throw it everywhere. Okay. I was joking! 3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is, a gleaming darkness at the back of the safe. Well, that's it, you. All of us. For what? For that? Just for that? I get asked that question a lot. Would you feel better if I had killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach, would it have hurt any less? You've still got more than 2 minutes, plenty of time. I could spin out whatever fairy tale you'd like to put you to bed. I bring the mask to my face and for a brief moment the surface seems to writhe. Is it trying to adjust itself to me? Suppose that it makes sense, you wanted a mask so bad. If I was as serious as you on the inside, wouldn't want to go barefoot either. Hit a nerve must be the worst kind of feeling, being seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you. Heartbreak. Yeah, big bad faceless heartbreak. I'm just a dumb as punk, but I could... Don't flatter yourself. What? Even I could make you out from... Yeah, don't try. It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking. That's the only thing you've said. So what gives? HBK? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories, out the window. You are around killing because your daddy smacked you around. Your mommy not hug you enough. My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. A sufficient amount. That sounds fake, but okay. So what the hell's your excuse? I don't make excuses. Then what the hell's wrong with you? Less than a minute now. I could spend that time making up a diagnosis if you'd like. Or would you prefer I just come over there and squeeze? How many? Another question straight out of the greatest hits. How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread? Never. Got a gluten thing, bitch. Whatever. Point is... Also, you can eat bread without gluten. That doesn't count. I am not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want as often as I want to. Do what the will of the law. Is that it? Don't know what you're referring. But from where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the mask back down to my face and again its surface seems to shudder. Forget it, at least I know you said it was coming. I've had a lot of empty threats in people's last moments, Creek. They're never that memorable. Told you that mask was a death sentence, that it was spoken for. They called in a huntsman for overseas. Home turf. Those ones can't become anyone. Go anywhere. Kill anything. Supposed to come over and slaughter the rust. That mask was part of his payment. He'll be looking for it. Possession in 9/10 of the law. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Finders keepers. Ah, forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman hunted. Too much meaning lost. Oh, it's better translation was Spell Taker. He'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin, then go and murder everyone you ever. What a face. You have taken you up on dipping out early. And didn't be dying staring at a face. A face like that. So a huntsman coming to get me. Nah, the dead and the dying make for strong bluffers. And I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scuff things up a bit more, make this look like an orca shootout than... well, a visit from me. Oh, I get to... well, it's been time for me to get my coffee for like a hot minute, so, I'll be back in a sec, and then we'll cover our tracks from committing a murder, I suppose. Actually, it's more like a couple of murders. Yeah, we murdered 4 people. We did do that. Okay, I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, one back. Time to clean the crime scene. Let's see. Get it back. The knife. Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything. So I'd never bothered to retrieve one from a dead man's grave. But I might have a need for a knife again shortly. So I'll be taking that back, Miller. I had to pry. Why is it that the dead are always grasping? The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned, but now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but I can make a strong educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can be more often than once an hour. Maybe 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with some heft to it. Skull. See, not you. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. And the sword is fine where it is. Not gonna tempt fate and risk sneaking myself with it. That's all the burning issues addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove my gloves to convince them I could use the dark card. That means I handle all the murder weapons with my bare hands. Obviously, I need to wipe my prints off of this gun and my knife. But I put my gloves on before opening Crick's safe and cracking Thresh skull. So what does that leave? Focus, no mistakes. Well, the sword. The sword, I gripped the handle with both hands when I brought it down on his neck. Thinking back, I dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? Yeah, it probably got Miller's blood on it, that's sloppy. And stupid, why the hell did I... No, forget it, there's nothing I can do about it anyway. Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can hide blood from a modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to this goddamn flick. Boobies. Try the keys I took of him to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are going to find out I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All that's to say, you can have this back, Crick. The Dark Card played its role as weight perfectly, even if the reason I'm having to go around wiping off green... Even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off it, but I might be able to use it again if... it's stuck. Crick must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way, I'm gonna risk taking the whole reader with me. It could have any number of pinks and strings leading back to the manufacturer, even the Blue Bloods themselves. No, I'll wipe the dark card off and then set the whole reader back on the desk. For all anyone knows, Crick Spawn mugged it off some slummer and we're trying in vain to get mere beer money off of it. This is the remote I used to distract the big guy. I need to wipe up my prints off it, of course, but should I turn the music back off? No, it was playing when I first walked in, best to preserve continuity. And besides, what was it he said? We like it loud, screw with bugs. He was right about that much. A little smoke screen never hurts. And where's the gun then? No, really, what am I not seeing? Um, what am I not seeing? Game? Game? Am I insane? Game? Game? I see nothing. Like it would advance automatically if I clean everything, but yeah, I'm not. Wait, let me check the guide just in case that I'm not seeing what I'm supposed to be touching. Miller, Tress, yeah. Then return the keys, the dark card, the remote, the sword. On the cigarette, only if you smoked. But I didn't smoke. Is that why it's being weird? I could tell with Miller. Like Miller is done. This is also done. I return the keys. I check the dark card. I did the remote. And I did the sword. Yeah, and the cigarette is the only thing that I didn't. But I never smoked the cigarette. Like it's weird. Like I guess it doesn't matter since like I'm pretty sure that this is everything. Like I'm just rechecking. Like yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's everything. Like I did Miller, I did Tress, I returned the keys, I checked the dark card, I checked the smoke, the remote, I checked the sword. Yeah, I guess it's being weird because I didn't smoke the cigarette. I can't exactly spend all night on this. Am I good here? I mean, pretty sure I did everything except the cigarette, but like the cigarette is not appearing because I didn't smoke. So yeah, okay, this feels like the scene's being set. Okay, so I had to do it on. Okay, so it doesn't end by itself, I guess. I have to actually choose this. It's a strange sensation, erasing your own presence. A sense of supremely private accomplishment, like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle, and then throwing it in the trash. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit, sense full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at risk of getting sick, if it weren't for all the blood. Right. Ooh, bro. What to do with you? Blindfolded, gagged, hands bound above him with plastic ties, and linen wrappings, beaten bloody and drugged. The syringes. They wanted him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kinds of injuries, you won't die soon. Not with Rapash. That might be the most charitable thing to do under these circumstances. He must have wished for death at least once during all this torture. Too bad. The bad that barred his door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize that this room was locked from the outside. If this goddamn had somehow gotten his hands on a blade, There'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blade for the deaths of 4 of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up on trial for the world to see. They'll wrap things up for me. All that for me. And for the gun, as for the gun... All I did was stuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay, I can see how that would be distressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that, it's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're going to wish it was. Out again already. Rest up while you can. When you wake up, you'll want to start running. "3:35 p.m. August 14, 2086. Like I practiced. Irashai. Pardon? Hey, working on it, kid. Kintsugi. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee. How's it working out? It is she, right? Never worked this close with an ad before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. She's fine, good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. This is the place with the android bartender? They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny what that makes you, Grandma. More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. You cheap out on her base installs. It's like I have to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Grin and bear it a little while longer. Once she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up, I didn't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know? Favor? Plenty of people out there who would kill to work at an up-and-coming bespoke establishment like Bar Kitsugi. I think I heard them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my Android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kinds of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day indefinitely, but their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during the downtime, ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all. But Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't that on the books. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realize how short-changed I was in our paralegal agreement. She's handy for research and road work, of course, but she rarely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course I value my alone time. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recall Reynard as having trouble getting this bar up and running. Takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, alone, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and clocks out, does the work, cleans the bathrooms, she's the employee. If she was an employee, you have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket, I checked 3 times. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't liar me on the shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck, she's not a person. She walks like a person and talks like a person and walks like a person. The Supreme Court disagrees. By 13-0. Yeah, well, Supreme Courts have been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Do I hear, touche. Sarah, tell boss here what you spend your salary on. Let me check those profiles. Paralegal apprentice at Kintsugi. Like split field diopter, Wing Chun, folding clothes. Dislikes mobs, fire alarms, and variety packs. Useless talent. I can do a full split, but that is not useless. Damn. As you think, so shall you become. Confession. I tried to use Adonai's makeup and broke a lipstick. Aww. And Reynard Bozaimani. Occupation, owner-operator of the bar. Likes libraries, boating, and fastlanders. Dislikes marketing, solicitor, and signing things. Collects ancient coins. Pet peeve, web pages that take too long to load. Don't we all? Don't mention speed at which Kintsugi site loads. Damn. I have started purchasing cases of wine. What? Wait, that's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase. Especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense, but if I stay up to date on the sommelier reviews... So you'll resell the wine at a profit, and what you'll do with... and what will you do with that money? Stop it, you're making her repressed. I did also purchase a cachet of sheet music. What? What for? Practice? You're mothering. Forget it, none of my business. Speaking of business, this place isn't exactly packed. Well, aren't you volunteering to help with that? There are lawyer bars, right? Right? Where all the lawyers go after trials? Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar. Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to the courthouse though. Just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what if's in location anymore. This is the spot that was available and I need a soda water with all this stress on my stomach. Sarah, 10 bar. Ahem. What are you buying, stranger? Why are you quoting Resident Evil 4 to me? What was that? Boss has been teaching me his bar-side manner. He says that his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when they come here. And so you're using a deeper voice? Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order. Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? Could be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash after I'm done reading. Sirius debuts new fuel, namely new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius... I'm sorry, I just had a flashback to that one Dr. Seuss scene of The Simpsons. The Planet of the Apes musical one. Made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career when they announced that they had patented the process for distilling a new helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. Only a few days later, they made headlines again when that patent was leaked to the global net. Bro. Now, Proteca, an investment firm and longtime financial backer of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging not only that Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investment, but actually allowed the leak to... Oh, God damn it! I didn't mean to... Sorry. But actually allowed the leak to occur. We sat down with Dr. Sirius to ask them to respond to the suit's allegation and to question them about their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar with what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable. In this world, if you're not plugged into an outlet, you're running on a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket, but a battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from a number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. The wells were pumped dry years ago, so after we were forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen has become the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane I took to get here runs on hydrogen. It produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? The problem is the laborers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid that if the absolute grounded field failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. What makes helium superior? The helium-2 fuel we've developed is not pure helium, to be clear, but near enough. Unlike hydrogen fuels, what we've created is non-combustible. You could fire a flamethrower over a tank of it and remain perfectly safe. But does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? Heat too is non-combustible, but in the presence of our specialized catalyst, it can be ignited to generate force comparable to, or in some tests superior to, the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. What's the catch? So far, it's expensive to distill, and the catalyst materials are even more expensive to produce. We have yet to even simulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. That's a pretty serious catch. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Things panned out for the steel tycoons just fine. Are you hoping for someone else to do that, improve upon your process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer is yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve upon what we built. That's essentially what Proteca has accused you of doing, isn't it? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it. I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and summarize Proteca's lawsuit against me and my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. It cannot be expanded. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it, and since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long enough time scale, trend to zero. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say there are people who don't like that very basic math. I'm going to stop you there because you're getting into our next topic. Your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. Are you, or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? No. Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yes. So why is it that you are so frequently invoked as an example of the liberal bias in the sciences? Science is not political. Science is progress, moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics. And that process will never be conservative. Science doesn't move backwards. Carrying out conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret it as you like. What's not open to debate is this: what makes something science has nothing to do with who works on it. It has nothing to do with class or power or money or even majority rule. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it. And so science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that because of that, science has a bias against them, then that speaks only to their own politics and not the failings of the scientific community to log into your Review Plus account with your passkey, our net provider, to finish reading this article and see so much more. Okay, on the one hand, he's right, but I would argue that science is political, but in the same way that anything that involves human beings being like needing money to do something is political. Because there's a bunch of stuff that science could be investigating that they don't, or they can't, because there's people with money in the way who don't want to put money into that investigation or don't want that to be done. Like, it is political in that sense. Science as a thing, as a concept, is technically not political, that is true. But it is always political because, well, the politics decide what science is acceptable or not. Like, they decide what science gets funding. For a pop sci figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. And then I just seem to be making progress with new kinds of fuels. New fuels, some of the only new fuels we've seen in decades. Could be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Please don't throw that data pad out, its owner might come back. Perish the thought. Though now that you planted the idea into my head. A self-fulfilling prophecy! Rain must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded, or already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tile in here starts to grime up, could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. Anything else? No. I do like the you know, it's trying to imitate actual Kintsugi pieces. Cat? Cat! It's a lucky cat. Oh my god. I love it. Yeah. Did you just say something, Adonai? No. I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say. Don't know what you're talking about. As you say, neck unlocked. Was that what I needed to do? Yeah. It's Neko Arc, but it's Morgan. Neko Morg. She's Morgan. She loves to morgue. It's a well-stocked bar, got tea and coffee too if that's what you're into. Nice ambience, soft lighting, warm on a chill night and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is wait for the customers to stream in. Any day now. I think I'm ready to order. Of course! Nah, I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit. No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them. Then pretend to clean them like a normal employee. Understood. What's got you so tense? Took a wild guess. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? Your information was accurate for the most part. A pot of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seems like they were told to sit on it. And were they willing to sell? Nope. Laughed at my price, called me a spoiled meg, and kicked my butt out of the door. They weren't curious where you got your information from? Honestly, no. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they had my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Anything you wanna ask me? How did you two meet? The tables. On my second day you told me not to over-polish them in order to keep things lo-fi. Lo-fi. Is it that inappropriate of a question? You've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Adonai didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship at Masters and... If you're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity, I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. Oh, wait, mate. How well that story's not very good. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reynard a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed? It's not illegal to gamble. I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous masked ball called Vibe Limb casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at. Guilty. So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours without so much as your phone, you gonna turn me in? Irashai! Or is it more Irashai? Tough looking man in finely pressed black suits with shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. Ooh, Sunoa. Shade Slick? Okay, the person who, like, are the people involved with the creation of this game, comes to readers. Asking for for a friend. The friend is me. Because, like, really, Shade Slick? Like, that's... God damn it, I didn't even read it. I was so occupied thinking about Homesick. More emphasis on the ra. Oh, thank you. Thank God you said that the delivery runs bumping around outside, Sarah. Will you check out the bag? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on. Please excuse me then. Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Yamani? Pardon us for dropping in without first making an appointment. Not trouble at all. We're still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property laid within your borders. If you'd come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt. We look like pretty landlords to you. If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I gladly will and deal, but how about you? We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. Well? That name ring any bells, Mr. Diamani? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure. Sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I am a Morgan Esquire specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card somewhere. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you'd come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for... You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. Business day's over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Great manners, this one. I'm sensitive then. My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So who is we then? You think you're funny? Compared to you. Morgan! This fine gentleman and from House Sicaria. I'm familiar. You are? I've seen their name in the papers. Plastering the name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. So I didn't recognize the name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night, so maybe that propaganda's working. Doesn't matter how generous they are at God, they're still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city. Rich and powerful, why bother with the criminal qualifier? Sorry, might I ask about the nature of this engagement? The situation is developer, Mr. Diamani. We appreciate your patience. That's not what I wanted to hear. So I gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business, or...? The Icaria are always business. Shall we go get your coat? Such gentlemen knew those suits weren't just for show. I can see myself out just fine, though. Don't I? What's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. Men are very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you? If they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah? If I'm actually in danger, I won't be even conscious when I arrive, but... I appreciate the thought. I mean, if they wanted to kill you, I think like they would have done it in the moment. Boss? Who are those men, really? New clients for Morgan, really? Hopefully. Hopefully? Yeah, hopefully, because if House Korea puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. But what do you mean by house? Alright, pay attention. I'm not gonna lecture, might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it below surface area, so never use crush, okay? Starts to melt into the liquor, waters the whole thing down. Understood. 1.5 ounces of vodka. And what do we look for in a good vodka? Smoothness. Correct. It's a mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So, the nobility, you know what that is? Historically, the ruling class often falls through economic or military might and maintained by familial relations. Juice of a full lime. Look for a little spring and a consistent color across the skin. Nobility, or money, is another word for it, and the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you could accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. When the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like, then you get new money, which always dwarfs all money. Inflation and split inheritance shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other. Does the new money eventually become all money? If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes all money. Triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money, tried to make the transition, change the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages, laugh at the bad jokes. Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right. No, the kind of bad I'm talking about. I don't understand. That's alright, you shouldn't need to know. But what do you mean your family was new money? Times changed. About 30 years ago, recession, depression, civilian unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. For a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. So while everyone else was panic selling off everything they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying for pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a pill of that line. As shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce again. They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with. New money. A new kind of new money. The new nobility. New nobility if you're writing a think piece. Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons. When the government of the world tried to re-privatize the industries they had taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them. And they started at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters Chaos Ikaria, or that's how they existed. They went into the Red Decade as the Ikaria cartel. Drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and murderers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. No, that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put top on tight, then shake. So are they a crime family like the mob? This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. Chaos Ikaria is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city, on paper. But not in practice. Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty, haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards in years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than real inside trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophied. Time for tests. That's not right at all. The hell did I forget? Boss? It must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Other poised to take advantage of the changing times. Yeah? So what did the Ikaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then? Stupid most important ingredient. A drop of grenadine. What did he say there? Like something hood? I couldn't read the entire thing. Like, the Lady Maria. It's beautiful. This is nothing. We'd use a frosted glass if this was for a customer. Looks like a ruby in the right lightning. If you do end up helping Red work with the Ikaria, don't let the warmth of the golden furnishing confuse you. All that glitters is cold. That's a good reuse of the phrase. Like, not necessarily, no, not reuse. I guess remixing of the phrase. 4:03 p.m. August 14, 2086. Oh no, we're in Japan. Well, not really. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them, not even passively. So instead I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose it's a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they really don't have a clue about what I did in the lower woods last night. But for some reason, they placed their attention on me. And there's little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just sitting out here? In here? We were too late. Only by a few minutes. He filled the time slot. Already? Then we got no chance of... Maybe if we saw the meeting went well. Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? Quiet! He's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You can take photos if you like, so long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone will work here. Go figure. Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe. But my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault I failed to be sufficiently intimidating. PSS Proposition City ahead of next month's convention. Next month, the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Matings expected to face significant opposition from party outliers before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for a supposed lack of sufficient convention security. The city has already approved a record high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks. But a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards. When are city officials going to say enough is enough? Said Demico, head of press relations, are to go. We have the utmost respect for all first responders. None of us are blaming the hard-working police for these failures. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they try to apprehend criminals with one hand tied behind their backs? Or contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics. Read, violence, more violence, and torture. And any of the subhuman scum who empathize with anarchists won't dare to leave their modest basements once we can get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask them whether they would be issuing a request for proposals on such services. The total city population is expected to swell next month as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters ahead of the 2-week-long process. Most of the community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism the convention is expected to bring, but some who refused to give us their permission to publish their identifying info rudely and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago is a joke, and we're the punchline. Putting the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers. This article is presented to you, advertised as free, thanks to the contributing of our generous donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Ronald McGill of the McGill Foundation for the Arts and Sciences, the Rockford Fund for Public Broadcasting, and readers like you. Thank you. Please sing in to read the rest. It is not free if I have to sing in. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or paywall, but why list your donors with the article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever, I got the important part. This is hosting the convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on Well, mostly hiring mercenaries, I feel. Whether or not to bring in private security contractors on top of the massive policing budget. It makes little difference to me. Cops and mercs have different quirks, but they all share the same blind spots. I'll be just fine. How the average law-abiding citizen will put up with them clogging the streets for 2 weeks, though? Not like it'll be the least popular decision made next month. Everyone knows Mathings will be the candidate that was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach against how many favors he feels like giving out. This country's already a circus without any bread. You'd think the least they could do is make the performances entertaining. What was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards anyway? Pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing even when pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens sparkling on raindrops across a puddle. It might even be appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. Your fish? If I weren't hyper aware of the flickering sky hanging over my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. But those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1% can manage it. Maybe that's spin it. When their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees, they'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Well, I've looked around at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking. Where are you, hey? Before I get a chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. Hello? That's a lot of people. Stop staring, I gotta move on. If that's the kind of man walking out of this place, who's waiting for me inside? 4:09 p.m. August 14, 2086. Ikaria Tower, residential floors. Grand Hall. Fancy. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason I thought that the Mafia of all people would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance, costumes and makeup abound. Is it disappointment? That even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all? He's the one? Doesn't look like much. Suddenly their posture stiffens even further, a true feat. The next suddenly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Be still, the young master returns. Oh, when you said young master, you meant like young. Young master. You're late. Oh, hold on, wait. Your master, sir, Everyone slow down. He came as soon as we found her, sir. Traffic was... This is just some sassy lost child! That's the One Punch Man reference, isn't it? The whole... Who is this... Like, who lost this sassy who lost this sassy child? Was it something like I don't remember the entire... That's definitely a One Punch Man reference. Silence! Yes, sir. What time were you told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. And what time is it now? Permission to check my phone. You're late. You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. So you'll speak when I tell you to, and not a one word further, else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? Am I gonna get pranked? What was the name of that stupid show that Ashton Kutcher had? Punked. He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Please let this be a prank. And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred. If the lead up to my execution is some kid reading from The Art of War, I might just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir. When money gets wasted, it can't be replaced. But time only goes one way, it's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house's face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So says I. Oh, God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now both of you get out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Useless. You, bread woman, you're being addressed. Forget pride. I just want this over with as fast as possible. You're the liar, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer, Morgan, criminal defense, Mr. How should I address you? As I decided to do by my name. Makoto of House Ikaria. Okay, let's check your profile. Makoto Ikaria. 146. God, you're small. Occupation, heir apparent, unemployed, student. Likes biographies, shogi, and amber. Dislikes tardiness, tarnish, and group assignments. Of course you do. Favorite figure, Saladin, Sun Tzu, and Hannibal. Of course. Favorite phrase, Va Victis, woe to the conquered. Relaxes by building and painting models. Sounds about right. You, Morgan Criminal Defense, have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do. Right. Out of an abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh, I have the neon a bed of nails later or some such thing. Miss Defense? Mrs. Really? The house has need of your legal services. Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch ears. An instant. Right then, so you want to hire me. One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him. You want to hire me, and I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat, pick a random page in the phone book? I have many books on my phone. Library is full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Ikaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you. True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied. That's it? They're all just preoccupied? Preoccupied means busy. Thanks. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was. Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Miss the Defense? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about? Normally it wouldn't matter. When the client I'm recommended to is one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. I was gonna say that. I was literally gonna say that. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Not where my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job. Me and all of this starting back at the bar. This was all just being their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your state in person. It's beautiful here. An oasis of all world sensibilities amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores, is what the house elders say. I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class. Ah, my family's reputation is power, not class. I take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. And from how this house is talked about in the headlines I read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly, depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under control. Other thinks you've left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family. Are you expecting me to ask you what you think? What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. We're financiers. You don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out, the Icaria Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. Icaria Financial Group, fancy way of saying they got their start as mobsters loan sharks. It's not impossible to get rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardrooms, the tiers of society. You gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream? No. Through ARIA, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. And yes, we did found the Renegen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue. Renegen, they're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you've got no relation to Renegen presently. That company went public years ago, and ARIA divested our shares not long after. We were given one seat on the board as a formality, that's the extent of it. Given, a family like this only takes. Why, he's suddenly so humble. He doesn't know the meaning of the word. If he's downplaying their pull within Renegen, then the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto, and more than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Mrs. Defense, but you will be working for me. So you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's deflecting as if he's trying to be subtle about it. He's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as Renegen has no relation to anything that happens in this city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in a rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I am the only son of Rafael Ikaria and the only grandson of Daisuke Ikaria, CEO of the Ikaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family and chairman of the house. I gather that those titles are all one and the same. As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you. When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. And your age? What a boorish question! I knew that Pesa's race or status had little understanding of the finer things, but I assumed that one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Huh. Just because I am younger than some does not mean I am any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, man? Sir, no, sir! You definitely command the respect. That is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton. That's so interesting. This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. I don't think that's necessary. I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, they will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back. Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance. I'm going to kill this child myself. Like, I'll do it, Morgan, don't worry. Morgan, you don't even have to kill this child. I'll do it. I'll do it, Morgan, don't worry about it. If only to emphasize that to you that no one stays useless to House Ikaria for very long. one way or another. That admit I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator into your enclosure out there. The gardens, yes, our groundskeeper worked hard on them. Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording of somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That takes quite a question. It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minute in front of me at the moment. That's okay. Of course it is. A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decoration of the ship. Really? A lion does not concern himself with me, like, quote? literally that, we're referencing that, okay. Is your exterior and your decorations. That doesn't matter anyway. If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with the contracting firm. That's alright. Something tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. I can't believe I have to talk to a child. I do appreciate the warm welcome at Makoto of House Ikaria, really. But legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating of its guests. We're more than capable of compensating for this not allergy you allude to. That's so sweet of you. But do all these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to the additional security, it can be helped, circumstances being what they are. Circumstances? And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think that you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. Is a prodigy to be this insufferable and such a young age? Nah, a lot of children are like that. Like Morgan, a lot of children are like that. Like, don't worry about it. Like, that's not prodigy. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so gracefully, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Correct, perhaps your education is not quite as efficient as I feared. But I should make clear that in this case I was using the quote to subtly imply that you are stingy with your own graciousness. Got it yet? Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide. Multiple homicides. Tell me more. A head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence. Morgan realized that she accidentally framed the head of security for Makoto of House Ikaria. Yeah, that would be my reaction too, girly. An instant. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this that peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest family in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent of a crime I framed him for. Right then, may I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city is our territory, but it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him earlier yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to the stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken, or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call them that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups with kidnapping and torturing. It's beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are, but don't worry. Wait, I need to... I wasn't able to finish it. God damn it. I can't open it. To think they want to pin 5 murders on him. 5? But don't worry. Yeah, no. I'm confident I can. Okay, 5. We need 4. Who's the 5th? Did you say 5? Yes, 5, it's absurd. I can only take credit for 4 bodies. Acting so high and Mantis so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers. A dead cop? Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean one of their officers? Was there a UC or... No, they made a ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. As if a member of our house would fear prison. I should have never dared to think I got lucky here. The circumstances sound very complex, Makoto, and the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence? Because this man's name is Suzuki Kariya. I've known him all my life. 3 or 4 years of it. There is no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy. And not once have I ever known him to be violent, impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this. But proving that is your job. About that, I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto. But you will. If for no other reason that because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more. Not everything's a question of money. Yes, your meaning is taken, it needn't be silver or gold. You'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in the city. As can or wrath. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 blue bloods also killed the cop, I can't afford to sit this hand out. They'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose, period. But if I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto House Ikaria. I'll take Suzuki's case. You say that as if there were ever in doubt. A true prodigy. But he might be right, maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun into the Suzuki's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor's edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshair were pointing. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing checks. You should have enunciated! 4:44 p.m., August 14, 2086. In transit. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What do you think was going to happen? Yeah, good news. I got quite a paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. I've got work for her to do. There will be quite a paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Ugh. Hey. Were any of those jokes around the office about your client being connected to organized crime true? What? It is some kind of honeypot. Trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. Well, as easy as that's what she say, layup. Hell, I'll steal basket that she threw, I don't give a fuck. Why do you make everything so hard? Come on! Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why you're asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working a case for the Ikaria, whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me. Anytime! But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice. The aura loss is incredible. Not going to attempt to parse that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non sequitur, Auntie. It just wasn't funny. Not even. A non sequitur would be, what's the charge? That's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. Meh, you're probably fine. All the stuff you hear about mobsters being cleanly with their lawyers. It's cause they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawings running around, telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pinned multiple homicides on. It's probably not anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Nah, pinned as in stuck with, like a chore. Powerful people. Mob or now. If they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. 30 works left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is... you don't have to think twice about trading them off. Alright. Guess I know the rumors are true then. Haha, yeah, you uncovered my cool fucking secret. Listen. Actors, singers, celebs. They all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn and want the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone's wants what they can have. That is not entirely untrue, but it's also kinda true. Okay, chill F. Scott Fitzgerald. Gray looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is there's mutually beneficial arrangement to be made. Between the rich and famous. And the rich and infamous. So you bet your ass I was in those rooms. Negotiating appearance fees. And tacking my 30%. 30%? You really are shameless. That's what she said. Damn, sorry, my nose is itchy. She really does what she said me. I can't believe it. That's what she said to said it. Alright. Thanks as always for the Sage Council. Hey, if you're really feeling grateful, do me a solid and pay your rents. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. If you're bored enough to talk to me. They're the ones who are busy. I think that's I stay no contact, I guess. 5:04 p.m., August 14, 2086. Again, D003. Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Oh boy, yeah, you don't look good, bro. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. Hey, I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? No, I understand exactly where you are. You and your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I call you an orca? I'd prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you that I've been softened up, that they've broken me and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you, but the Hanabi career doesn't heal. Cool. Sasuke, I'm gonna repeat myself plainly and slowly because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I am not a lawyer. I am your lawyer. Ah. Right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too if I'd lost as much blood as you. Morgan Esquire, I'll be representing you from here on out. Susuke of House Ikaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have two jobs, or tend the bar. Well, it is only part-time. Right. So tell us, Sasuke of House Ikaria, what is your routine? You look very fit. My what? Are you asking about... Do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD, MPM, MPM? I'm in private practice. You mean you're not a mob lawyer? No, please, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. There are serious risks involving in representing a man with my background against charges like this. It's very sweet of you too. They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I'm not falling so low that I sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into... Makoto thought differently. The young master, you've seen him, how is he? Where is he? Is he unarmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and if the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what we're getting into. I'm already in it, Sasuke. How well I understand what I mean is something I think you'd be able to help with. Very well, what do you want to know? So far, all I know is that about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name. But I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why, you disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Suzuki Hayakawa, fourth son of a distant ranch family. The only reason I bear the name of Ikari is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for lifelong service to the main family. Sounds like a great deal. Lifelong? How did you serve the Ikari as an infant? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd. I am what you would call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the heir with my life. From the time you were able to walk, there are a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards. All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean like in family photographs? Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. The house has given me everything I ever had and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You view your relationship with your family as a transaction. It is not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty. Right. So if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Suzuki Ikari and I'm an eternal servant for a living." I would say, "My name is Suzuki Ikari and I work as a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group." Let's check your profile. Likes whetstones, paperbacks, and matcha. Dislikes the opera, wasabi, and insects. Favorite author, Alexander Dumas. Coffee? Oh, you like an Americano, really? Default status, non-work related messages will be blocked. Damn. And... The Witch. Lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired, likes waterfalls, manicures, and macadamia nuts. Dislikes getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Ring cosmopolitan double. Collects favors. Friends in high places. Luck. SSR on the first pull. Disgusting. And what does that entail exactly? I'm the young master's bodyguard and I lead all his security teams. Nice to properly meet you. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender part-time. Yes, I believe you already mentioned that. It seems like we were all doing it twice. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor. What do you mean? Damn. It seems in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentifies his proper manner as being sarcastic. Glad we've all broken the ice. Makoto told me that this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with a VIP in Crane Tower, floor 108. 2 p.m. He wasn't in school. I'll ask you to refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He is a child, anyone can see that, but you've no idea the pressures that have been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly between floor 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling, thought it best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him after me. But just as he got out, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap! A 50-50 one. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. He just lost the coin flick when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Oh, God damn it, I thought it was... I thought it was Morgan. Yeah, sorry, it was a trap. Floor 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting, the other elevators weren't responding, comms were jammed. I reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand, not very useful information obviously for a floor undergoing renovations. But I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast, there was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable. You left the kid? I picked him over my shoulder. Oh, well that sounds like fun. House, forgive me, everything the young master does for the sake of his name, dignity, and I... kids are tougher than you'd think. I think he'll get over it. So you escorted him to the service elevator. I take it that's when things... Yes, I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, 2 assailants emerged from under a tarp doorway at my 7 o'clock, one tall, one thin. Paul was around 190 centimeters and his weight, I say 100 kilograms with mods. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, but slouch, modded as well, but what I saw looked stripped down, so he could have been heavier than 70 kilos. They had a needle gun, slow to fire and slow to take effect, a memorable choice. Thought I went shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. Bad habit usually favored by street slinger punks who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Payne lines up his shot properly, lesser side dialing on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors open behind me just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought, but all they had was a laser pointer, literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I hear a click from 8 o'clock, turn my neck, and feel a weight punch into my deltoid, a dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb, and that's when I squeeze. Squeeze? He's talking about his mods. And that's what I've always described it. Others say that they flex or pull or hold. I squeeze. Akita Type 2 external thoracic booster, some burst strength and pain killing capabilities, but in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15 in hindsight, and makes it feel like you run a marathon during those 15 seconds once the kickball gets you. But I digress. I moved, got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the door shut myself, taking 3 more needles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pulling on my lip and then cold crown crit scratching my cheek. Alright, Sasuke. So you were guarding Makoto. This man laid a trap, targeted him with tranks, fell. Then they take you out instead. Yes, to my great shame. You were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of? That I didn't see it coming. You're saying this has happened before. Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some headed off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force. I knew their tactics and I knew our vulnerabilities. Yet I still fail. Suke, that is not incorrect. Adonai. Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least one shot off before being taken down? Shot? What do you mean shot? You were not carrying a firearm. No, no one on the team had guns. How's that? None of us on the security team had firearms with us. But you're a gangster. I'm a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto an ally group property armed to the teeth insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure or worse, impotent. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, don't you just say you deflected their attack? I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Oh? I had my sword. So lame! So cool! You walk around town with, what, a samurai sword? You just assume that it's a katana? Is it? Yes. Bro. Really? Not even any other kind of Japanese sword. There are a lot of them. It doesn't have to be like a traditional katana. It could be something else. It is a signifier of my position within the house and shows that I am acting as a representative of it. Is it ceremonial then? No, it is quite sharp. I can attest to that. Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how the city's policemen handle everything else they touch. Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events. They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and took you to the lower wards. Why? I've been wondering that myself. Aren't you essentially worthless? Damn. As a hostess, she means. I know that. Thinking back, I was surprising myself to wake up at Dao, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? Whatever they used on me, I can remember some things, but how much of it was real, what are they happening, it's all... Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything: sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. I was bound, my wrist bound about my head, tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. I was beneath my feet, some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. They asked me questions, I said things, loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks, the taste of blood, I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. I don't do any corrective lenses. Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah. Lost opportunity? Yeah, it's a damn shame. From what I can see of it, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong feat. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case, how did your captivity end? Do you recall escaping? I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions, mostly it was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually there was talk. Through the door I heard they were all talking to someone else. A new voice. Was it high pitched or low? Loud or soft? It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who was there last night. You make out any part of the conversation? No, not a word. But there was a loud noise, gunshots followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then? A hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hands. Something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings, rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. But I got them loose and took the gag out, and the blindfold was so tight I quit it rather than try and... the damn thing was been acting as a bandage because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought that my head split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking me. Something tucked into my waistband. The gun. A gun. Imagine my surprise. Check the safety, the chamber, reflexively, but only so to spend slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out the squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance, uncovering me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. No, wait, some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. I made in some strong language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured, but then you woke up armed and were able to escape. The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Sasuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened? Only 2 possibilities come to mind. In the first scenario, 1 or more of my captors wanted to kill me, but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They gave me a knife and an unloaded gun, then wait for me to stumble out so they can miss me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow I limped out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, killed them all. That would be quite a feat given the condition you say you were in. Yes, a tale for the ages. But it's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking... Well, he didn't have bullets, the bullets were used. In the brief I read, 2 of the bots were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sasuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both shots. So if we tell the police that the gun was unloaded, would that clear Sasuke's name for 2 of the murders? There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. He's right. The gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it leave behind is static. So long as my prince and Norni, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about the second possibility then? The second possibility is that someone walked into that building and killed my captors and then tried to frame me for it. That sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell. And why sport is it for the world you're setting foot into? Not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty? Because I've killed before. A pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. My index fingers rises slightly, my lips part. Was I expecting this, stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it? The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else's... You mean... Yes. I was in the military. Ah. Okay. I've taken lives many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asks me doesn't change that fact. But soldiers... Are you a soldier, Sarah? No? So drop it. She's good at following orders. It can take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids. Yeah, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android? Did you miss the glowing barcode? And ignore my self-introduction! Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Was there something you wanted to say, Sasuke? I've taken lives before, and so I know how I feel afterwards. Then... And how do you feel right now? Right now, I feel... What is it? You remember something? Yes. After I stepped out that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cop they say I killed. How did he die? I don't know, I didn't check. Stabbed through the back with a sword, skewered like a piece of goddamn meat. And you got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said? Not right now, Sparky. Reyes, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking. I'll save the lecture, gray hair. Gray? Well, you do have one line of gray there. Come on, my hair isn't. It's gray, maybe. In case I haven't made it clear, I never liked you, Morgan. Ah, you're breaking my heart. I hadn't noticed. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's associations might be. He's a cop killer. Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. It's actually somewhat important. Ah, don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long after at all. You always take pride in rushing your investigations. We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes? My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened, and some of them had multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs. Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. So let's just say your co-workers kicked the shit out of him. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. For some reason, I thought you cared about that. A police badge is in that time machine. By the time we took custody, he was already... He's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know you got a snowball's chance in hell of proving your client was assaulted when in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable. Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door in the face tactic is already fragile. I want him to see a doctor. You gotta be shitting me. That's a blooded KW in there with military-grade mods. He's not leaving this building. But we could have a doctor brought here. I'd give him the chance to take a hostage. He's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs. Don't say 99 man. You don't know what it means. You're too old. How about a medic who can't be taken hostage? A medical lad? Sure, great. Let's see if we can negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes? I didn't say no, did I? Great. He also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor, protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think they'll have the outcome you're looking for. No, but if my client is left unattended on one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial. When he shows up to court with his head caved in. An outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. We could keep him here. What, in the interrogation room? Counseling quarter. Table can be moved, but if you slide the chains out of the way, the floor's not actually that hot. How do you even know that? Given what other lodges he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client will mind. So if Detective Reyes and Detective Londo take shifts keeping watch? Now we're keeping watch? It is the Homicide Department, Counseling Carter. You think I give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself and... You wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it or you don't. Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch... Yeah, you already called him that, a piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. But unlike every other cop I walked past to get in here, you have yet to call Suzuki an animal. So what? What the hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. I got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can do anything to anyone, so long as they're not a person. Whatever. Think what you want, creep. Well, so long as that's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get into the criminal scene as soon as possible. You've got to be... What, like tonight? She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up the line has been raring to go on this, now that Sasuke's actually got a lawyer. Well, maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't climbed up all day, we wouldn't. She said it again. Whatever, big then, counselor. You can bully us into guardian duty or skirt duty, but we can't do both. I need both. You'll have to speed up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can? Of course you can. You can go treat Sasuke. I don't know, I'm not trained in... Oh, I love this bitch. She presented she doesn't remember being registered as my medical head. Yes, I would never forget that unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before. Well, watch a tutorial first. Use lots of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sasuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door, and even 20 crook cops working together wouldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity... Thanks for the selfish, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene is in the lower wards. If you think after what happened last night that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner... It's okay, Sunshine. Really? I'll take her down there. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London, it's in blue blood territory. Blue blood territory outskirts, really. They lost the whole pod, they'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know, Mac from Contraband. Skinny guy, kind of a perv. Yeah, he's skinny. Look, he's got crime scene analysis sweeps going over the place with a fine comb right about now. Drones, probes, the works. They'll have eyes on us before we get 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. It'd be a shame if you didn't get at least a good price. Hey, you coming, Blinkers? Gotta find where they store all the medkits in this dusty old piece of... Go on. I'll be right behind you, detective. I'm sorry about that. She's still new to all this, really. Not all like me. She does seem to be on edge. More so than usual. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally. Did they know each other? Alright, you got it about your things, so go bring us up a ride. Great. Thanks for all the help, detective, you're a lifesaver. Though this one occasion where I wouldn't have had any trouble finding a place. Really didn't take that long to patch him up, huh? Now we just wait here, all night. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? 5:48 p.m. August 14, 2086. Let's save. We're a little over time, so let's save and we'll continue tomorrow. Thank you for being here. What can I say, but like I wasn't expecting having to clean my own crime scene. Never mind this. But hey, sometimes you just get involved in defending people who happen to work for the mafia. It happens when you're a lawyer, I guess. Actually, yeah, that sounds pretty normal. Anyway, continuing tomorrow. That's, yeah. We'll continue tomorrow. Again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good end to your week, and a good start to your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for more of the Devil. or attempts at defending the mob. Well, one member of the mob. Just one. Although, seeing how this is going, I feel like it's gonna end up with us defending more members of the mob eventually, and it's gonna be kind of awkward. Bye everyone.